Judging our shows today, the Southdowns are being judged by Jimmy Davis from Walters, Oklahoma. Jimmy is a retired ag teacher and FFA advisor. He raises show lambs and breeding stock. In the South Ring is Alex Wolf of Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Alex owns and operates Wolf Brothers Livestock, where they raise natural-colored sheep as well as club lambs. He's a fifth-generation shepherd. He and his wife, Melissa, have 3 children that are heavily involved in their operation. And judging in our center ring today is Randall Van Krozik from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. He's the key account manager for Smartlick. Van Krozik Family Targees Farm is where they operate as well. It was established in 1976. It's a seed stock operation specializing in registered and commercial breeding stock. His wife Cheyenne and son Kalen are here with him as well. Let's welcome those 3 gentlemen to the North American. Placing on the class of Border Cheviot Senior Ram Lambs, first place to entry 1, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2780. Second place to entry number 2, Deacon Shanks, Pana, Illinois, with Rinker 2774.
Well, a nice single entry here on the Southdown side of things to get our show kicked off, and one that's certainly got some extension, some look up front. That thing really runs uphill. He's 2 inches taller at his shoulder than he is at his hip, and he kind of maintains that when we get him out in motion. I really like that about him from the profile view. He's one that's flexible enough off both ends, has some base width about him, handles with some shape and muscle. Maybe power that one up just a little more to make him ideal down his top, but a nice place to get us started this morning.
For the Katahdins placing on the Fall Ram Lamb class for them, first place goes to entry number 2, Kingston Rinker, Stewartson, Illinois, with MROF 2423 Redman. Second place to entry 4, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland, with BMB 0749.
Well, another nice single entry buck lamb here, and again, one that certainly could stand some competition as we get him out and analyze him. Really a good looking one from the side. It paints a pretty picture. Tall shouldered, straight, correct in his lines. He's especially good from his last rib back and just being wide enough and thick enough, but having some length about him where he can get out and push off his rear too. That one's square enough on his feet and legs, and as I said, certainly gives you a good look from the side.
Placing on the Southdown early senior Ram Lamb class, first place to Quincy Langendorfer, Columbus, Indiana, with Langendorfer 0444. Placing on the late senior Ram Lamb class, first to entry 11, Wyatt Wiersbecki, Oric, Missouri, with Wiersbecki 1408, Psycho Sid. Placing on the Border Cheviot January Ram Lamb class, first to entry 5, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with Blackacre Purple 135. Second place to entry 4, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio, with Copeland 22391.
Well, a nice pair of bucks over here to select our senior champion and reserve from, and I think both of them really offer a lot of positives. Both these sheep extremely good to look at from the side view. They balance up well, they have some extension, some look. I think when you really step back and analyze the two, there's one that's just a little stouter made from the ground up. He's bigger footed, he's bigger in his forearm and his leg shape. He's certainly got the advantage of just being a little thicker type sheep from end to end. We're going to use the young man sheep for champion, follow up with the young ladies there for reserve.
Placing on the January Ram Lambs for the Katahdin Show, first to entry 7, Lauren Julian, Mantua, Ohio, with B&G 2533. Second place to entry 9, Jacoby Mag, Ottawa, Ohio, with Mag MJM 2501. Third place to entry 6, Taylor Rodman, Hartville, Missouri. 4 to entry 8, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. And 5 to entry 5, Shia Lerner, Providence Forge, Virginia. Placing on the February Ram Lamb class for the Border Cheviots, first place to entry number 8, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C 0749. Second place to entry 7, Sarah Wilson, Dansville, New York, with Diamond C 0745. And third place to entry 6, Annie Sailing, Caldwell, Ohio. Placing over on the Southdown ring, our senior champion went to our early senior Ram Lamb class winner, entry 3, Quincy Langendorfer, Columbus, Indiana, with Langendorfer 0444. Reserve senior champion was out of the late senior Ram Lamb class, entry 11, Wierzbicki 1408, Psycho Sid, Wyatt Wierzbicki, Orick, Missouri. Placing on the March Ram Lamb class for the Border Cheviots, first place to entry 10, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio, with Copeland 25018. Second place to entry 11, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Eldridge 9C25. And third to entry 9, Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas. Placing on the Border Cheviot Slickshorn Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 12, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2797.
Well, a really nice set of these buck lambs to get us kicked off here in our junior division, and certainly some variation in type and kind. And I wouldn't argue with you a whole lot if one of your favorites is a little further down the line. The way I see them today is the stout maiden one that's still got plenty of look, plenty of size, plenty of extension is the one that lands on top of the class. And I think that's a bigger footed, bigger forearmed option. It offers a really round turn to his rib shape. He's really big and thick down his top. And his biggest advantage over the other sheep is just his wedginess down his top, his thickness, his extra shape of muscle. I think we could change him just a little bit right there through his chest and through the depth of shoulder, more like that when it comes behind him to make him more ideal. But for me, still the most complete, most powerful one to lead off with. This one that comes in second, extremely good from the profile view. I love that one when she gets him out and gets him in motion because he's shallow. He keeps his chest floor up in him good. He's tall at the point of his shoulder. That one's got some foot size and some bone work in him as well. He wants to narrow up just a little bit in his base width, and where I guess I'd change him the most is when we study him down their tops. He's not as big and opened up in his loin. He's not as big from his hook back to his pin as that sheep that comes out ahead. Another really stout one that's a little more moderate in size comes there next, and he's one you have to appreciate for his base width, his turn to his rib shape. The muscularity he's got in him. He's not as smooth to look at from the side view. That one needs to be changed a little bit in his top line. I think make him just a notch more extended to possibly move him up. And then a big pretty one comes next. And I do like the extension. I like the look that comes in that fourth place sheep. We get him out and get him in motion. He's a little straighter fronted. He's straighter from his shoulder to his knee. He doesn't reach out with as much flex off either end. And then he's one that wants to taper in a little bit when we study him from his hip back. Another nice sheep comes there that rounds out our top five. Opened up and stout through his chest and through his center body. One that needs a little more power when we step right in behind him. And then I thought from the side view, that one just needed to be elevated and extended a notch up front as well.
Yo, Ron.
Grand Champion Ram for the Border Cheviot Show goes to the first place Senior Ram Lamb. First place Senior Ram Lamb, entry number 1, Caitlin Von Barons, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker, 2780. The Reserve Champion goes to the first place February Ram Lamb, entry 8, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C 0749. Placing on the Katahdin class of February and later Ram Lambs, first place to entry 10, Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio, with B&G 25390. Second place to entry 17, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio, with ALAM 521. Third place to entry 11, Tyler Rodman, Hartville, Missouri. 4 to entry 18, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. And 5 to 16, Lauren Julian, Monterey, Ohio. Placing on the Southdown January Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 14, Brinley Kreitz, Kmart, Maryland, with Midnight Hammer, Oldenburg 25012. Second place to 19, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois, with Ryan 2555. Third place to entry number 13, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Fourth to 28, Gensley Ball, Greenville, Iowa. And 5 to entry 17, Scout Ingram, Pulaski, Tennessee. For our Katahdin show, the champion ram was our fall Ram Lamb class winner. Entry 2, Kingston Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois, with MROF 2423 16003 Redman. The reserve champion came out of the January Ram Lamb class, entry 7, Lauren Julian, Manaway, Ohio, with B&G 2533.
Another really nice class of these buck lambs to sort through. And once again, certainly some differences in type and kind. And I know some of these guys are geared for a little different program than some of the others, but I think just good quality sheep throughout. The one that hits me the hardest is one that did as he came in. That's just a good looking sheep that's got his head and neck attached at the right point on those shoulders. He's tall-shouldered, balance from forerib to flanks tremendously good in that one. And he gets out and he offers some flexibility, some squareness, some soundness. Not the heaviest muscle sheep in the dry, but one that I think certainly adequate in the kind of shape he has. He's big loined, he transitions into a big hip. Then you step in behind him, he's got some width at his pins. He's got some depth and width as you study that one from the rear view. The one that comes next, a little bit smaller package, but certainly a nice sheep that's got some density about him just in terms of muscle shape. Bone and foot size in that one's good. I thought when we put those two sheep in motion, that one didn't keep his front end up quite as neat as the one that leads us off. And then when you get up over the top of him, just a little bit flatter in his forerib than our class winner. I changed that one just in a spot or two. Obviously one you could justify moving up. A good looking one from the side view comes there next. That sheep balances up as good as any of them from the side view. Just plays out a little bit in terms of pure muscle and power. Just like to put a little more strength and expression down that one's top. I'd like to change him from his hip back and make him more like the two that come out ahead. Then the muscular sheep comes there in forward, and that's the powerhouse. That's the one that's probably a little more weather-oriented than these ahead of him. Big boned, wide base kind of a sheep that from that one's shoulder back, I think you really appreciate his body type, the width, the shape he has in him. It's when we get that one on the side view, we need to change him up through his depth of chest and shoulder. We get him out and get him in motion. He just comes apart a little bit up front for me to move him up any higher. And then a nice complete kind of sheep rounds out our top five. One that doesn't really wow you in any one area, but doesn't disappoint you a whole lot either. Soundness, flexibility, good enough look, just not quite as powerful and punchy as some of those ahead.
Placing on the Southdown February Ram Lamb class, first place to entry number 40, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, with George Brothers, 2544 Law Dog. Second place to entry number 36, Brindley Kreitz, Kmar, Maryland, with Next Gen 2512. Third place to entry 39, Cole Knettle, Downs, Illinois. Fourth place to 34, Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. And 5 to 33, Shawnee Green, Rio Vista, Texas. Placing on the early class of yearling ewes for the Katahdins, first place to entry number 43, Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio, with Schultz 4898. Second place to entry number 34, Cody Aslan, Bowling Green, Missouri, with Aslan 152. Third place to 44, Molly Trammell, Cloverdale, Indiana. 4 to 40, Eva Beckner, Westfield, Indiana. And 5 to entry 33, Hannah Cargill, New Ipswich, New Hampshire. Placing on the border Cheviot yearling U class, first to 23, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois, with Rinker 2712, Jeannie. Second to 24, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with Blackacre Purple 94. Third place to 19, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Fourth place to entry number 21, Cheyenne Clyde. And 5 to 25, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana.
Another really super class of these ram lambs over here on the Southdown side of things. And again, you know, some variation as one would expect. There's different uses for each of these sheep. There's just different types and different kinds to work with. So it makes it a little more difficult when you really try to line them up. The sheep that suits me best is the one that just offers the most show ring presence from the side view. That thing's built like I want a good show sheep, regardless of if we're on the breeding side or market side or what breed we're talking about. He's built right. He's tall at the point of his shoulder. He's really straight from the point of that shoulder all the way back to his tail head. Four rib to flank balance on that one's tremendous. Feet and leg soundness is good. Is he the heaviest muscle sheep? Absolutely not. There's 2 or 3 in here that have a little more power than he does, but I think he's adequate. I like the shape he has from the point of his shoulder all the way back to his pin bones. Just one of those that progressively gets wider. One that gets out, moves extremely well. A more powerful one comes here that the young ladies have in second place. And if you just handle those two, that's going to be the one you gravitate to because he's bigger racked and he's bigger loin than our class winner. It's when we get that one out in motion. I just don't think he suits me quite as nicely as our class winner in that he wants to roll out of his hip a little bit, kind of get up under himself as he gets out and travels. Make that one a notch bigger, just smooth him up from end to end in terms of levelness, and he's obviously one you could move up because of the handle he possesses. Easily the best handling one to me is the one that comes in third, and if you just walk in behind those things and handle them, that's one that's going to please you because he's fresh to the touch in terms of condition. He's got a big rack, a big loin, a big hip in him. It's when we put that one on the side view, he just doesn't smooth up quite as neatly as our top two. He's a little rougher in his transitions down his top. He's not quite as neat and tidy about his chest and shoulder as that top pair. And then a big racy one comes there next. That one's got some length, some extension, built more in terms of frame size like the sheep that started the class off. That one wants to close up at the ground, a little bit flatter in his rib shape, not near as much power and touch as those ahead of him. And then a good, easy doing kind of sheep comes there next. And that one's stout and opened up. And I wouldn't argue with you a whole lot if you wanted to flip that bottom pair because he is wider and he is stouter. Just a little bit softer in his texture, just way heavier condition than the ones ahead of him. I think trim that one out, put just a shot more hard shape of muscle in him. Obviously one you could move up as well.
Placing on the Southdown class of March and later born Ram Lambs, first place to entry 48, Caleb Formo, Verona, Wisconsin, with Formo 2519. Second to 47, Ashlyn Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with AJ Maddox 549. Third to 49, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota. 4 to 52, Megan Sowers, Fostoria, Ohio. And 5 to 50, William and Emily Wilds, Willington, Connecticut. Placing on the Border Cheviot Slickshorn Yearling U class, first to entry 36, Caitlin Von Bairn, Stewartson, Illinois, with Shanks ILLCFF 0049. Second place to entry number 35, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C 0666. Third to entry 34, Sydney Peterson, Claypool, Indiana. 4 to 22, Judson Shanks, Pana, Illinois. 5 to entry 16, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana.
Very nice junior champion lineup out here to sort from, and I've said it numerous times today. There's some variation in type and kind of sheep out here, maybe a little bit of differences in what they're geared for moving towards the future, but I think an awfully nice set of them on both sides of the line. I'll go out and study through them one more time, then we'll get our division champion lined up. If you guys would, please put your hands together. Congratulate all the young people that made it back out.
Top 5 in our junior Ram class or classification for the Southdowns. First was the first place February Ram Lamb, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. George Brothers 2544 Law Dog. Second, Brinley Kreitz, Kmar, Maryland with Oldenburg 25012 Midnight Hammer. Third, Caleb Formo, Verona, Wisconsin with Formo 2519 from the March Ram Lamb class. Fourth, Brinley Kreitz of Kmar, Maryland, Next Gen 2512. And 5, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois with Ryan 2555. Placing on the senior ewe lambs for the Border Cheviots, first to entry 30, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana with Blackacre Purple 102. Second to 38, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewartson, Illinois with Rinker 2772. Third place to entry number 37, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 4 to 27, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewartson, Illinois. And 5 to 31, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois. Placing on the late class of yearling ewes for the Katahdins, first place goes to entry 28, Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio, with Ed Julian 407. Second place to entry number 27, Kingston Rinker, Stewartson, Illinois, with Merzinski S 2420. Third place to 30, Tyler Rodman, Hartville, Missouri, 4 to 25, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 5 to entry number 31, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland.
Very good set of Ram Lambs over here on the Southdown side of things to select our champion and reserve from. I think both these divisions were extremely good, and not many numbers in the Ram show, but you guys certainly brought out the heat. I think some very unique ones that offer some different pieces from placings to placing. I'll go out and show you which pair I prefer. If you guys would, one more time, please put your hands together. Congratulate our Ram Lamb exhibitors.
Top 5 overall on the Southdowns for the Rams. First place goes to the February Ram Lamb of Drew George, entry number 40. Drew George, Niles, Michigan. George Brothers, 2544 Law Dog. Second in reserve to entry 14, Brinley Kreitz, Kmart, Maryland with Oldenburg 25012 Midnight Hammer. Third place to entry 48 out of the March class, Caleb Formo, Verona, Wisconsin, Formo 2519. Fourth place to entry 36 out of the February class, Brinley Kreitz, Kmart, Maryland, Next Gen 2512. Fifth place to Charlie Ryan out of the January class, Taylorville, Illinois, Ryan 2555. Senior champion for the Border Cheviots goes to the first place Yearling U, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois, with Rinker 2712 Genie. The reserve champion was our first place in this senior ULAM class, entry 30, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with Blackacre Purple 102. For the Southdowns, our champion bred and owned ram was also our grand champion ram, entry number 40 out of the February class, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, George Brothers 2544 Law Dog. The reserve bred and owned champion to entry number 48 out of the March Ram Lamb class, Caleb Formo, Verona, Wisconsin, with Formo 2519. Placing on the Border Cheviot January U Lamb class, first place to 44, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with AC4. Second place to entry 42, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C 0756. Third place to entry 45, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. 4 to entry 41, Sarah Powell, Watertown, Tennessee. Placing on the Fall U Lamb class for the Katahdin show. First place to entry 59, Brackney Fulford, Crawfordsville, Indiana, with JCB 1331. Second place to entry 47, Eva Beckner, Westfield, Indiana, with DJ Smith SCD 24876. Third place to entry 52, Noah Gravenhoff, Worthington, Minnesota, 4 to 51. Weston Pointer, Maple Park, Illinois, and 5 to 49. Hannah Cargill, New Ipswich, New Hampshire. Placing on the Border Cheviot February U Lamb class, first place to entry 48, Samantha Middaw, Bourbon, Indiana, with Rinker 2782. Second place to 47, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2787. Third place to 50, Sarah Powell, Watertown, Tennessee. 4 to entry 51, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. And 5 to 49, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. For our Katahdin show, our senior champion goes to our first place early Yearling U, Vivian Julian, with entry 43. Vivian is from Manaway, Ohio, with Schultz 4898. The reserve champion was second in that early class, entry 34, Cody Aslan, Bowling Green, Missouri, with Aslan 152.
a very good group here in our first class of the yearling ewes. And again, you know, some differences in type and kind, and there's some further down the line that are going to suit some people better. Kind of put them in order, just in the order I thought they combined the most amount of the good traits that we're looking for. And this one that leads the class off does that for me. That one's stout at the ground. She's got some width through her chest. She's got a good turn to her center body. And I think when you back off and look at these and just prop them up, I think she's one that gives you a really well-balanced look, a high-quality look from the side, and then she backs it up with the right kind of thickness and muscle for a female. I thought an awfully good place to start. The one that comes in second, a little more attractive perhaps to some than our class winner through its chest and through its shoulder. That one is extremely shallow. Body balance is good in that one from forerib to flank. She gets out and moves with some flexibility, and that's a little leaner touching one, which I appreciate about that ewe, and that shows just a little more shape and squareness and muscle going down her top. I think we could stouten that one up just a little bit in her bone work to match the sheep on either side of her, but man, I really liked her presence from the side, and that's what pushed her up into the second spot. The sheep that comes in third, young man's an awesome showman, does a tremendous job out there getting that one propped up. She's tall-shouldered, that neck comes out where it should, and that's a sheep that from her hip forward, I love lots of things about. She's a big, broody-bodied kind of a female that's still got a feminine kind of front end in her. She's a little bit straighter in her hock, from her hip to her hock to the ground as you study her from her hip back. And then I think from hip to pin, she just doesn't have as much width and as much power as the two ewes that come out above her. There's a ewe there in fourth that I know a lot of people around ringside are going to like, because that one's elite to look at in terms of just being taller shouldered and more extended. She's rugged in her bone work. I thought she wasn't quite as feminine to look at through her chest and shoulder, and then when we back off and look at that one from the side, I want to balance her better from her forerib to her flank to push her up higher in the class. And then one that's carrying quite a bit of condition comes there in five, but still a ewe that's got the right kind of width, the right kind of build in terms of just body shape and muscularity. She's just a little softer touching because of that extra condition, which doesn't allow her to show quite as much shape or expression. Still one that balances up good, gets out and moves fairly well.
Placing on the Border Cheviot March ewe lamb class, first place to entry 56, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 27.96. Second place to entry 52, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C 0788. Third to 54, Sarah Powell, Watertown, Tennessee. 4 to 53, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. And 5 to 57, Sarah Wilson, Dansville, New York. Placing on the Slickshorn Junior U Lamb class for the Border Cheviots, first place to entry 60, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C 0770. Second place to entry number 64, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with Blackacre Purple 119. Third place to 59, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois, 4 to 61, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana, and 5th to 58, Lindsay Peterson, Claypool, Indiana. Placing on the early Yearling U class for the Southdowns. First place goes to entry 110, Lily Williamson, Noblesville, Indiana, with Coon Mills 2418. Second to 109, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana, with Hogger 24016. Third place to entry 118, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. Fourth place to 116, Madison Dwyer, Arco, Minnesota. And 5 to 123, Megan Sowers, Fostoria, Ohio. For the Border Chevy, it's our champion U goes to the junior champion U goes to the first place March U Lamb. Entry 56, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois, with Rinker 2796. The reserve junior champion was first in the January class. Entry 44, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with AC4.
Well, another extremely good class of these yearling ewes here on the Southdown side of things, and just loads of quality throughout that class. We sent out a lot of nice sheep, and I thought a really good top 5 remained. Again, you know, some differences in type and kind, and these things are geared for a little different future in life, but certainly some quality within our top 5. This one that leads off, I mean, that one did so pretty easy for me. That's one I think you really gravitate to when you just see her in motion for how uniquely made she is. That one's big-bodied, she's wide-made, she's stout, she's muscular, but man, that's an elite kind of front end when you talk about neck placement, length of neck, extension, femininity. That's an awfully good one to lead off with. The one that comes second I thought just most closely followed her in body type, maybe not quite as unique or extended, but still one that's really good in that regard in terms of being tall-shouldered and shallow enough up front. She's got good length of neck. That's another one that's got a lot of power to her. She's wide at the ground, but she's big in her body shape. She's big and muscular down her top and from her hip back. The ewe that comes in third, a unique one for different reasons. She's a big, stout one that's very broody in her look. She's not as neat to look at through her shoulder and chest as the two that come out ahead, and that's what puts her in third. I'd like to clean that one up through her breast, just make her a bit shallow, but she's as big-footed and stout as any of them. She's as big-barreled as any. Just not quite as shapely from her hip back, and as I said, not quite as nifty to look at through her front one-third as our top pair. That one that rounds out our top 4, that's another good ewe from a body type standpoint. She's round and opened up in her forerib. She handles with some muscularity down her top. I thought when we got those 5 in motion, she was just a little straighter, just a little more restricted in the way she pushes off of her rear two as we compare those ahead of her. You know, change that one in that regard. She's an awesome one that we could move up at least one spot. Just need to make her flex and go a little better. And then the ewe we've got that rounds out our class, another good-looking one, big through her chest, a big body shape in her. She's got some muscularity from her rack back through her loin. We need to change that one from her hip back, just make her more powerful in her pin set, make her drop down with a little more twist and stifle like those 4 that come out ahead. Great class. Please give them a hand if you would.
For our Cheviot show, our grand champion ewe went to our senior champion ewe. The senior champion ewe was out of the yearling class, entry number 23, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2712. The reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion, entry number 30, Arabella Clifton, out of the fall ewe lamb class. Green Arabella's from Greenfield, Indiana, with Blackacre Purple 102. That does conclude our Border Cheviot show. We're now ready to go into Dorper. We need Dorper Fall Ram Lambs to the ring, please. Placing on the January ewe lamb class for the Katahdins, first place to 77, Shaylee Maddox of Thomas, Oklahoma, with FRA 28549. Second place to entry number 66, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with FRA 8585. Third place to entry 70, Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio. Fourth place to entry 78, Bailey Brown, Knoxville, Tennessee. And fifth place to 69, Eva Beckner, Westfield, Indiana. Placing on the Southdown Intermediate Yearling U class, first place to entry 105, Quentin Durr, Arcadia, Indiana with Wood, 24-11. Second place to entry number 97, Adlin Foff, Norwalk, Wisconsin, was Schrock, 1634. Third to 98, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Fourth place to entry number 90, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Fifth place to entry number 102, Harper Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. Judging the Dorpers and White Dorpers today is Jared Fries of Morrisville, Missouri. Jared works for RBW Agricultural, which specializes in cattle and sheep equipment sales. He also raises Dorpers and White Dorper sheep with his family. Let's welcome Jared Fries to your Dorper White Dorper Junior Division show.
Well, another outstanding group of yearling ewes to sort through, and again, kind of a mixed bag of types and kinds, but I think loads and loads of quality in this particular class. There's some awfully nice ewes that got dismissed from the ring. It really have a lot of value, a lot of quality about them. This one that leads off is one that hit me pretty hard when she came in the ring. That one just balances so well from the side, and I think one of her biggest advantages is that last walk we took. That one's just more flexible. She's square. She keeps herself in check, both front and rear, as we walk her around the ring. But she balances up good. She's got enough femininity. Now, is she the shallowest, most tricked out one up front? I would say not. But very good there. And I think we could change her a little bit to make her a little better. But you get past that, she's big in her cage. She's got a big top, a big hip. She carries some width and some shape and some squareness all the way back to her pin set. And that's where she rises above a few of these others in class. This one that comes in second is one that grew on me the longer I watched her out here. That's an awfully good sheep. Now, another one that we could make her taller fronted to make her a little better looking from the side, but that thing is shallow. She's got a big foot in her. She's got a big forearm in her. Plenty of shape and curvature to her rib. Not quite as big from her hip back to her pin. Maybe not quite as deep twisted as a ewe that comes out ahead, but that's an awfully valuable breeding piece as well. The heaviest muscle one comes there next when we just talk about shape of top, expression through her rack, bigness and squareness of loin. I love that about that one. She's good in her skin texture. She's lean enough for a yearling ewe, and that's a problem we come into with a lot of them. They just have so much on them, they're a little harder to read in terms of muscle shape. That one's extremely good in muscle. I'd change her from a balance standpoint just a notch as we compare her to her top two. I think from her forerib to her flank, she just doesn't body up and drop down with as much swoop as those two ahead. Change her in that regard. She's definitely one you could move up a spot if you chose to. The ewe that comes next there, young man does a great job of presenting that one. She's tall-shouldered. Her neck comes out cocky and high. Feet and legs are square and out on the corners. That was just a little rougher in her transitions down her top as we back off and look at her. I just think one we could put a shot more shape and muscle in for me to move her up. And then the big ribbed one comes there next. The young lady does an outstanding job every time she comes in. That's a tall-shouldered one that's extremely big and broody about her body. Feet and legs are good in that one. I think we need to change her a little bit up front, just smooth her up and shallow her just a little, make her a little more feminine in her look to move her up today. But an awfully good class from top to bottom.
Placing on the Dorper class of Fall Ram Lambs, first place to entry 6, Avery Mills, Ashley, Michigan, with Mills 2004. Second to entry 4, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy Five Ranch 6135H. Third to entry 2, Brody Roeder, Fredericksburg, Texas. Fourth place to entry 3, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And 5, entry 1, Hunter Stanfill, Siloam Springs, Arkansas. Placing on the Katahdin class of February, ewe lambs, 1st to 97, Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio, with B&G 25246. Second place to entry 87, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Francis 8700. Third place to 83, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. 5 to 95, Braden Havlick, Troy, Michigan. And 5 to entry 89, Hannah Cargill, New Ipswich, New Hampshire. Placing on the late yearling U class for the Southdowns, first place goes to entry 71, Hudson Fleener, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, with SM Maddox 2431. Second place to entry number 68, Cole Knettle, Downs, Illinois, with Knettle 2469. Third to entry 65, T.K. Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. 4 to entry 64, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. And 5 to 86, Brinley Kreitz, Kmart, Maryland. Placing on the Katahdin March and later born ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 104, Vivian Julian. Manaway, Ohio, with Ed Julian and more, 521. Second place to 101, Braden Havlick. Troy, Missouri, with LAS 2533. Third place to 108, Cody Aslin, Bowling Green, Missouri, 4 to 112, Bailey Brown, Knoxville, Tennessee, and 5 to 111, Ryder Fritz, Beach Bluff, Tennessee.
All right, a good class of these senior ewe lambs to sort through, and I know we've got some differences in age and certainly some difference in size, and I haven't addressed that yet today, but I think if we're within the boundaries of not being too large a framed and not being too small, I think we're acceptable. It's not going to matter to me if you're the biggest in class or the smallest. I'm going to place you in here on how I deem you in terms of quality, and that's what I try to do in each and every class. This sheep that leads the class off, I think that's the highest quality sheep in the class. That one handles extremely good for a Southdown ewe lamb. She's muscular where she needs to be. She's got some extension and look where she needs to have it. But more importantly, I think she just gets out and keeps herself in a correct, high-quality kind of skeleton when we get her in motion. She keeps her chest up good, her neck and head come out where they should. Those feet and legs are square and correct and flexible. Thought an awfully nice one to lead off. The one that comes in second most closely resembles her. Another ewe lamb I think just balances extremely well from forerib to flank. Again, good on her feet and legs. She's not as poofy in her leg wool as these three that stand below her, but that one's got some foot size. She's got some forearm shape. She's got a quality look about her that just gives me the idea that's going to be one that can lay down and make some good sheep, whichever side of the ring you want to show one. The one that comes next, I know that one's probably got some fans around ringside and definitely should. That's a big-footed one that's extremely tall-shouldered. That one's pretty straight, correct down her top. She's pushing quite a bit more condition than her top too, and I think that just takes away a little bit from her shape of top. She's big in her rack, she's big in her loin. She wants to taper in at her hip and into her pin set. I think she just needs a shot more mass and muscle when we step in behind her. Again, high quality ewe there to stand third. The one that comes fourth, I thought kind of resembled our third place sheep pretty closely. Another tall shouldered one that's got a neat look about her front 1/3. Just one that's a little plainer when we handle her. She's not as good in the way she transitions from her loin into her hip. She's not as big from her hip back as those sheep that stand above her. And then a good quality sheep here rounds out our top five. Another one that gives you a good look up front. Her skin texture's on point. That one's got some shape of muscle. Thought we need to balance her a little bit different from the side view. She wants to be just a little bit deeper up front and through her forerib than she is as we work our way back through her flank.
Placing on the Dorper Winter Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 10, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee, with TJB Banks Family Farm 1356. Second place to 007, Morgan Black, Darlington, Wisconsin, with Darlington Dorpers 2508. Third to 15, Brody Roeder, Fredericksburg, Texas, 4 to 008, Josiah, Samantha, and Enoch Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky, and 5 to 13, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. Placing on the early senior ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 154, McCoy Van Hook, Crawfordsville, Indiana, with Sync Paget 2111. Second place to entry number 152, Carly Buchanan, Staunton, Virginia, with Forsey E 24-329. Third to 151, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry number 160, Ephraim Fowler, Salesville, Ohio. And fifth place to 158, Alexis Gottschall, Logansport, Indiana. For the Katahdins, our junior champion went to entry 77 out of the January ewe lamb class. Shay Lee Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with Francis 8549. The reserve junior champion to the first place in the February class, entry 97, Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio, with B&G 25246. For our Katahdin show, our grand champion ewe goes to our senior champion ewe out of the early yearling ewe class. Entry number 43, Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio, with Schultz 4898. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion out of the January ewe lamb class. Entry 77, Shaylee Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with Francis 8549. That does conclude our Katahdin show. We're now ready for Suffolk Slickshorn Senior Ram Lambs.
Another really high quality class of these fall-born ewe lambs. And again, you know, some variation in type and kind. We've got some a little bigger frame, broodier kind of females maybe that don't have quite the power and maybe not quite the look as a couple of these up front. So a good class to sort through. I thought it was extremely competitive between our top pair, and it's another one of those deals I wouldn't argue a whole lot if you wanted to change those two, because I think they both represent the breed extremely well. I think they've both got lots and lots of good in them. The one I chose to start with I thought was just a little more elite in her neck placement and her elevation and extension up front than that second place sheep. She's a big-footed one that's stout and sound and flexible and square. And then back off and look at her, I think she balances extremely well. She's not quite as shapely in her muscle pattern as the second place sheep, but I think from her hooks to her pins, she opens up a little wider, just offers a little more power from that rear view. When it comes in second, extremely good skinned animal that handles extremely good. As I said, very muscular in her shape down her top. She's big loined. She's got some muscle when you step in behind her. Change her a little bit from her hooks to her pins. Make that one just a notch shallower up to her chest and shoulder, and I think we could flip that pair. The one that comes there in third, one that just really doesn't wow you in a whole lot of spots, but not a disappointing sheep. I mean, that thing props up and looks pretty good in terms of just proportionality from forerib to flank. Feet and legs are good in that one. She's good skinned. She's not quite as powerful. She's not quite as stout in her structural makeup as our top two. Then a little bigger outlined ewe comes there in four. She's extremely tall shouldered. She's out there on the corners in terms of feet and leg soundness and squareness. That one doesn't balance quite as good from her forerib to her flank. She wants to tuck up in her flank, and then she wants to taper from her hip back to her tail head. Same things can be said about the young man's ewe there in five. Man, she is big and stout and growthy. She's productive in terms of her body shape. She's one to just like to balance a little bit differently from the side view. She wants to get a little bit deeper hearted, not quite as smooth, not quite as straight in the way she hooks up in her top line as some of these ahead.
Placing on the Dorper Spring Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 19, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 6141H. Second place to entry 20, also Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 6156H. Third place to entry 22, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee, 4 to 21, Will Grosinger, Freeport, Illinois, and 5 to entry 17, Peyton Nix, Carmen, Oklahoma. Placing on the Southdown class of early senior ewe lambs, first place to entry number 140, Hudson Fleener, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, with Fleener 2482. Second place to entry 135, Madison Dwyer, Arco, Minnesota, with Longenecker 2435. Third to 138, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. 4 to 139, Emily Mills, Ashley, Michigan. And 5 to entry 147, Henry Nielsen, Alexandria, South Dakota. Placing on the Suffolk Slickshorn Senior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 2, Claire Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana, with Russell Sheep Company, 2487. Second to entry 5, Andrew and Cora Freenstein, Youngsville, New York, with McCully, 6755. Third to entry 4, Miranda Poole, Ellsbury, Missouri, and 4 to Grandin Lewis, Romney, West Virginia, with entry 1. Placing on the class of fitted senior Ram Lambs, first place to entry 7, Brooklyn Torin, Vinetta, Oklahoma. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the Dorper show, first place goes to entry 24, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second to 23, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. Third to 25, Brody Roeder, Fredericksburg, Texas. Champion Dorper Ram goes to the first place fall Ram Lamb. Entry number 6, Avery Mills, Ashley, Michigan, with Mills 2004. Reserve champion went to our Dorper Winter Ram Lamb class winner, entry 10, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee, with TJB Binks Family Farm 1356. Now ready for Dorper. Senior yearling ewes for the Dorpers, please. Placing on the Suffolk Slickshorn January Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 13, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana with slack 5-1, 5-8. Second place to entry 10, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois with Harris 25-0, 28. Third to entry 9, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania, 4-15, Gunnar Shank, Winnebago, Illinois, and 5 to entry 11, Aubrey Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana.
Well, a really deep class over here in our second class of the Fallborns. And again, lots of good sheep had to go out the gate. This is an exceptional top 5 in my opinion. But again, you know, just some difference in type and kind and what they're most suited for or useful for in the future. But a good set of sheep throughout. Top pair up here hit me pretty hard when they came in just based on quality and look. I think both those things are extremely nice to prop up and look at from the side view. I'd say the young lady's ewe lamb here at the top of the class just has the advantage of being a little more angular in its shape from the point of its shoulder all the way back to its pin bone. A little bit bigger hip, a little bit leveler about its tail head, and as I said, bigger there in its pin set than the sheep that comes in second. She's one I think we could change just a little bit when we get her out in motion. She doesn't keep her top quite as straight as a young man sheep does, and that's where I give him the advantage. That one really stays together and looks apart when we get her in motion. Good pair of sheep here at the top, just those minor differences in my opinion that separate them. The sheep that probably handles as good as any of them is the young man's there in third, and if we're judging these things like market lambs, that one's going to be near the top because that one is really big ribbed. But man, it's got a big rack shape, a big loin, a big hip sitting up on top of that rib cage. Feet and legs are good on that one as well. We need to change her up front, young man. She's a little conservative in her frame size as we compare it to the top two, but more importantly for me, just a little deeper about her shoulder and her chest, and that's where I'd change that one to make her better. A nice, attractive sheep comes there next, and she's one that's given up some production and some pounds, maybe to some of them ahead, but that's a high-quality sheep. It's flexible, sound, good to look at. Lacks a little bit of power. When we just step back in and study that one from the three-quarter view, like to change her the most from her hip back and just make her flare back into her pin set. And then some of those same things can be said about the young lady sheep there in fifth. Extremely good in motion from the side. That one's flexible on both ends. She keeps her top line right. She keeps her head and neck where she should. Just not as much width and not as much power in that one, especially from the rear view as some of those ahead. Good class.
Placing on the Southdown late senior ewe lamb class, first place to 191, Ashlyn Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with J.K. Maddox 2458. Second place to entry number 184, Caden Durr, Arcadia, Indiana, with Wood 2485. Third place to 196, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois, 4 to 195, Harper Macy, Kirkland, Indiana. Fifth place to entry number 183, Shelby Pollard, Brockton, Illinois. Placing on the fitted January Ram Lamb class for our Suffolk show, first place goes to entry 19, Brixton Sullivan, Washington, Illinois, with Royer Farm 553. Second place to entry 16, Brady Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana, with D. Henderson 25 29. Third to entry 17, Luke Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois. And forward to 18, Olivia Peterson, Wilmar, Minnesota.
Well, six extremely high quality classes so far in our U show, and we get these back out to show for our senior champion. I'm extremely pleased with the sheep on both sides of the line. I think just loads and loads of quality sheep that are sound, they're flexible, they're correct in the way they're made, but yet they have some body and some function about them as far as being productive ewes in the future. They've got some shape, they've got some expression to go along with it. I'm going to go out and look through them one more time, then we'll get our top five lined up. If you guys would, please congratulate all the young people that made it back out here in our champion drive.
Placing, placing on the Slickshorn February Ram Lamb class for the Suffolks, first place goes to entry number 21, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois, with Howe Farms 2570. Second place to 25, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana, with Slack 5130. Third to 22, Jason Shooter, Kirksville, Missouri. 4 to 24, Luke Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois. And 5 to 20, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. Placing on the fitted February Ram Lamb class for the Suffolks, first place to entry 32, Bryce Bailey, Johnstown, Ohio, with Appleton Acres 1123. Placing on the Dorper Senior Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 38, Briar Day, Marshfield, Missouri, with Ryan Dorpers, E3623. Second place to 41, Blake and Thomas Huff, Pomfret Center, Connecticut, with BW3 Dorpers, F311. Third place to entry number 28, Jess Fought, Auburntown, Tennessee. Fourth place to 34, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And fifth to entry 32, Blake and Thomas Huff, Pomfret Center, Connecticut. Okay, following are the Southdown Senior Champion Top 5. First went to entry 105 from the Intermediate Yearling U class, Karen Black, Grand Ridge, Illinois, with Black 176. Second place to entry 110 from the Early Yearling U class, Lily Williamson, Noblesville, Indiana, with Coon Mills 2418. Third to entry 191 out of the late senior U Lamb class, Ashlyn Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with J.K. Maddox 2458. Fourth out of the late yearling U class, entry 71, Hudson Fleener, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, with S.M. Maddox 2431. And fifth to entry 184 out of the late senior U Lamb class, Caden Durr, Arcadia, Indiana, with Wood 2485. In bred and owned, our champion was 191 from the late senior U Lamb class, Ashlyn Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with J.K. Maddox 2458. The reserve bred and owned was 109 from the early yearling U class, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana, with Hogger 24016. Placing on the Suffolk Slickshorn March and later born Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 33, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5, 4363. Second place to entry number 34, Grandin Lewis, Romney, West Virginia, with G. Lewis, 47. Placing on the fitted March and later Ram Lamb class, first to entry 36, Ryder Juntman, Bryant, South Dakota, with George Brothers, 4141. For the Suffolk show, our Slickshorn champion goes to entry number 13 out of the Slickshorn January Ram Lamb class, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana, with slack 51.58. Our reserve champion for the Slickshorn division goes to our first place February Ram Lamb, entry 21, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois, with Howe Farms 25.70. For our Dorper Junior Yearling class, first place goes to entry 42, Blake and Thomas Huff, Pomfret Center, Connecticut, with Blake Huff 10. Second place to entry 49, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 5839. Third place to 53, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 4 to 46, Morgan Black, Darlington, Wisconsin. And 5 to 47, Avery Mills, Ashley, Michigan. For the Suffolk show, in the fitted ram division, our champion fitted ram was out of the fitted January Ram Lamb class, entry 19, Brixton Sullivan, Washington, Illinois, with Royer Farm 553. Reserve champion came from the fitted March or later Ram Lamb class, entry 36, Ryder Juntonen, Bryant, South Dakota, with George Brothers 4141. Placing on the Dorper pair of Yearling U class, first to entry 61, Blake and Thomas Huff, Pomfret Center, Connecticut. Second place to entry 54, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Third to 60, Avery Mills, Ashley, Michigan. 4 to 59, Peyton Nix, Carmen, Oklahoma. And 5 to 58, Peter DeStefano, North Kingstown, Rhode Island.
Good class as we get here into our January ewe lambs, and certainly some differences in type and kind. And I'll be the first to admit this one that wins the class, in my opinion, is a little more of a market lamb oriented kind of sheep. She's just so dense in her muscle and so lean to the touch as we compare her to some of these other breeding pieces in the class. But still, I think she surfaces to the top of the class with just the most completeness and most correctness. That one's good on her feet and legs. She balances up nicely from the side. I think we could change her and just make her a little more productive about her body cavity to make her more ideal in a breeding ewe situation, and maybe change her just a little bit in her color up there through her face and head. But that's a nice one to lead off with. The sheep that come here in second and third I thought were pretty similar in type and kind to one another. Both of them balance extremely good. Those are up-fronted sheep that are shallow enough. They've got the right kind of body depth and flank in them. Feet and legs are good. One that comes in second has a little more shape, a little more expression and muscle just from front to rear, and she's especially better from her hip back to her pin set as we compare to that good one that comes in third. I'd like to lean her up and make her just a little shapelier perhaps in her muscle expression, but I thought an awfully good looking one that had some functionality about her there to be in second. Again, that one that comes in third, pretty similar to her second place sheep. Balance is good, feet and legs are good. Just put a little more shape in that one from her hip back to make her more ideal. But an awfully good sheep that's got some future as a brood ewe. Those two that come next, pretty similar in type and kind. And they're the outliers of the class in terms of just being bigger scale, bigger frame kind of sheep that are going to get growthy and productive in their look. Just both of them a little bit flatter in terms of their shape through their rib, in terms of their shape down their top. I thought the one that come here in fourth had a little better neck look from the side view, maybe just hooked up a little better in her transitions down her top. Another good ewe there that comes in five. Whenever we put those things in motion, I thought she was the one that just needed to change her top line a little bit. She wanted to roach up in her loin, drop her chest slightly. But again, good set of ewes throughout the class.
Placing on the first class of January ewe lambs for the Southdowns. First place goes to entry 287, Jacob Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana, with silver dollar NA 25010. Second place to entry number 20 or 281, Scout Ingram, Pulaski, Tennessee, with Scout Downs 2503. Third place to 284, Sarah Dwyer, Arco, Minnesota. Fourth place to entry 291, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. And fifth place to 289, Cole Cannettle, Downs, Illinois. Placing on the Dorper Early Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry 68, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 5856. Second place to entry number 71, Meyer Lambert, Laclede, Missouri, with BW3 Dorpers F428. Third place to entry number 65, Briar Day, Marshfield, Missouri. Fourth place to entry 67, Morgan Black, Darlington, Wisconsin. And 5 to 63, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee.
Well, a really good set in this January class, and in my opinion, I'm not saying these are better than any of the sheep we've seen thus far, but I think this was easily the deepest class, just in terms of quality from top to bottom. Certainly hard to start picking those out and sending them out the gate. So an awfully good class. My hat's off to you young people. This one that leads off, man, that one does a lot of good things in my opinion, and I don't think you can paint a picture of one you'd like much better from the side view. Really feminine and attractive through her front 1/3, but big-bodied and broody in her look, but still shapely and square and edgy in her muscle when you just step back and look at her. When you move in and get a hold of her, that one's really progressive in her shape from front to back. Feet and legs are tremendous. I thought an awfully good place to start. One that comes in second pushes her pretty hard in just terms of balance and style and look from the side view. That thing's really tall-shouldered, yet still tucked up in its chest. Not quite as big through her chest floor, not quite as wide in the way she hits the ground as we compare her to her class winner, but balance is off the charts, as I said. Feet and leg flexibility and soundness is good in that one. Just pry her apart a little bit through her chest and through her center body, and that makes that decision just a little bit tougher. A little different kind comes here next. That's a bigger bodied kind of a sheep. It's got really big old feet on her. Doesn't balance quite as good maybe from her forerib to her flank, but she's one that's up off the ground. She's got some elevation and look. She's got the right kind of flexibility. Again, one I think we could just put a shot more muscle in her, especially from her hip back, to make her just a little more desirable to move up towards the top of the class, but a good one there in third. Those sheep that come in 4 and 5 I thought were pretty similar in type and kind. I gave the advantage to the young man of just being a little bolder about her chest and rib, being a little bolder from her hip back. I thought his balance just a notch better than our 5th place sheep. We need to make that one just a bit taller, a bit more extended up front to maybe move her up, but she's a good one. It's got a lot of value. And then the young lady's sheep, a little more weather-oriented kind of a deal that gives you a good look when she gets her propped up. We need to change her from her forerib to her flank and make her just a little bigger from hooks to pins. Good class.
Over here on the slick.
Placing on the early Slickshorn Yearling U class for the Suffolk Show, first place goes to entry 67, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois, with Howe Farms 2435. Second place to entry number 64, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana, with Slack 4272. Third place to 65, Jason Shooter, Kirksville, Missouri. Fourth place to entry number 60, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. And fifth place to 63, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. Placing on the Southdown class of January ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 252, Gavin Foff, Norwalk, Wisconsin, with Schrock 2542. Second place to entry number 272, Landon Satterfield, Blue Ridge, Georgia, Silver Dollar, NA 25037. Third place to 250, Larkin Miller, Dry Ridge, Kentucky. Fourth place to entry number 269, Ty Leader, Greencastle, Indiana. And fifth place to 251, Lily Williamson, Noblesville, Indiana. Placing on the Dorper late fall ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry number 80, Kellen Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio, with Uptown Farms 1429. Second place to entry 81, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 5848. Third place to 82, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. 4 to entry 77, Brody Roeder, Fredericksburg, Texas. And 5 to 76, Elena Smith, Kentland, Indiana. Senior champion for the Dorper U's goes to entry number 38 out of the senior Yearling U class, Briar Day, Marshfield, Missouri, with Ryan Dorper's E3623. The reserve senior champion came out of the late fall U Lamb class, entry 80, Kellen Algire, Fredericktown, Ohio, Uptown Farm, 1429.
Yeah, certainly another fun class to sort through, and again, loads of quality throughout the class. Again, some variation just in type and kind, and I thought these two at the top just kind of put those characteristics that we need to be looking for in females together just a little better, just a little smoother than those that stand behind them. This one that leads the class off, she's got a little more frame size, a little more extension and look up through her front end as we compare to that good sheep that comes in second. And along with that, I think she's just a little wider at the ground, extremely good in terms of her center body shape and her turn to her rib. You back off and look at her, I think she profiles good, and she's got a shot more shape and muscle to her than some of the sheep, especially that one there that comes in second. One in second, very feminine through her front 1/3, neck comes out of the point of her shoulders like I like to see it. Yet at the same time, she's not quite as tall fronted. She's not quite as extended in her look as our class winner. Good feet and legs, flexibility's off the charts, body shape and type is good in that one. I think we could put a shot more shape and a shot more expression in her, especially from her hip back, to rival our class winner just a little harder. A more terminal kind of oriented sheep there comes next, and I would call that a weather type sheep. That one's got loads of shape and loads of expression. I thought when we got them out here on the profile, that was one that just needed to be smoothed up a little bit down her top line, maybe drop her and freshen her and her flank just a notch to maybe move her up a spot in class. And then the young man that comes in 4, really attractive one that's got some usefulness about her. She's one I think if we could breed her to something to put a little more shape in her, she's awfully good, and we'll have a good one because she balances so good from forerib to flank, front end's good, neck's good. Just need to change her a little bit in her muscle shape, especially right there around her tail head. Then another good sheep comes there that rounds out our top 5, props up and looks extremely good from her hip forward. That one wants to drop her tail just a notch. And then in the top 5 situation, that's the one that just lacks the most shape and expression, especially from its hip back. Good class.
Placing on the Class 3 January ewe lambs for the Southdowns. First place goes to entry number 227, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois, with Ryan 2540. Second place to entry 241, Sawyer Wheaton, Caledonia, Michigan, with George Brothers 2512. Third place to entry number 228, Molly Wyatt, Bath Springs, Tennessee. Fourth place to entry number 234, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. And fifth place to 229, Leland Ging, Rushville, Indiana. Placing on the late Slickshorn Yearling U class for the Suffolk Show. First place goes to entry 55, Clayton Heisey, Anvil, Pennsylvania, with Macaulay 6609. Second place to 43, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania, with Maple Leaf 2410. Third place to 47, Brody Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. 4 to 48, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana. And 5 to entry number 53, Brinley Cruel, Evansville, Wisconsin. Placing on the Dorper January class of ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 97, Jess Vaught, Auburntown, Tennessee, with Red Barn Farm 0501. Second place to entry 90, Peyton Nix, Carmen, Oklahoma, with Deer Run 2 25-6. Third place to 85, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. 4-86, Briar Day, Marshfield, Missouri. And 5-94, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Placing on the Suffolk early fitted yearling ewe class, first place to entry 83, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan, with Van Grove Livestock, BGRL 13. Second place to entry number 84, Olivia Peterson, Wilmar, Minnesota, with Dombeck family, 4065. Third place to 81, Savannah Bailey, Casco, Wisconsin. And 4-78, Luke Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois. Placing on the Suffolk fitted late yearling ewe class, first place to entry number 77, Brixton Sullivan, Washington, Illinois, with Royer Farm, 531. Second place to 75, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan, with 4 J's and a T, 2403. Third place to 76, Savannah Bailey, Casco, Wisconsin.
Well, another exceptional class to sort through, and again, you know, some differences in type and kinds, and I know we're all entitled to our opinions, and you may like where you got stuck, you may not. That's the way it's going to end up today. This one that I chose to start off with, I don't think there's much getting around that one, especially when we get her in motion. Keeps her chest so neat, keeps her top line right in her. That one's big-footed, she's stout, she's good looking, and she's got more shape than any of them. She comes right out of the shoulder blade with a big rack. She's got a good turn to her forerib, a big loin and hip in her. That's an awfully good one to lead off with. This one that comes in second rivals her in terms of muscle shape. That one's big rack. She's good skin. She's fresh to the touch. I like those things about her. When we get her out and move her, she doesn't move quite as good. She wants to keep her top up in her just a little bit. She wants to drop her shoulder just a tad. But again, a nice one there to be second. You that comes in third, very good to look at, especially when we got her propped up. She's a little bit bolder about her chest and shoulder than either of the two that come out ahead of her. But man, that one's equally as big down her top. She's got a big loin. She's got a big hip. Feet and legs are good in her as well. Real pretty ewe comes there in four. She's tall fronted. She's good looking. She balances up nicely. That one needs to be stoutened up just a little bit. She needs to have more power from her hip back to her tail head to move her up today in class. And then a real stout, boxy one comes there next, one that's a little bit more moderate in her type and kind. I like those things about her. She's big-chested, she's big-ribbed, she's wide-based. Just need to balance that one a little different in terms of having more extension up front. Need to change her a little bit from her hip back and make her more, just a bit thicker there around her tail head. Good class. Please give them a hand if you would.
Placing on our fourth class of Southdown January ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 205, Isaac Doyle, Wapaka, Wisconsin, with Shell House 25017. Second place to entry number 220, Shaylee Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with SM Maddox 2515. Third place to entry number 217, Brinley Kreitz, Kmar, Maryland, with Oldenburg 25013. Fourth place to 213, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. And fifth place to 203, Claire Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. Placing on the Dorper class of February ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 105, Meyer Lambert, Laclede, Missouri, with Uptown 1431. Second to 103, Avery Mills, Ashley, Michigan, with Darlington Dorpers 2504. Third to entry number 104, Colton Wolfong, Warm Spring, Virginia. 4 to 101, Josiah, Samantha, and Enoch Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky. And 5 to 100, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Placing on the early Slick Shorn Senior ewe lamb class for the Suffolk Show. First to entry 100, Brody Boyd, Latonia, Ohio, with McCully 6753. Second place to entry 97, Mackenzie Hornbostel, Hoyleton, Illinois, with McCully 6758. Third place to entry 99, Justin Shooter, Kirksville, Missouri. 4 to entry 92, Andrew Friedenstein, Youngsville, New York. And 5 to entry 93, Mackenzie Feeler, Ellsbury, Missouri. Placing on the late class of Slickshorn Senior U's, first place goes to entry number 87, Gunnar Schenk, Winnebago, Illinois, with Barzell 24110. Second to entry number 90, Katie Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana, with Russell Sheep Company 2439. Third to 88, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. 4 to 94, Grandin Lewis, Romney, West Virginia. And 5 to 85, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois.
Another really high quality class of ewe lambs to sort through here on Southdown side, and loads of quality throughout the class. Again, differences in type and kind, and as I said earlier, we've all got our opinions on how they ought to be lined up. For me, this one that wins does so pretty easily, especially when we just park them there on the side view. I think that one gives you a really good picture. Now, I know she's not the biggest framed one, but I still think she balances. I think she's proportional. You know, to make that one more ideal, I think jack her up just a little bit up front. Just give her a little more extension, but she's sound, she's wide, she's flexible. She handles with big shape down her top, yet still productive and feminine in her look. I thought an awfully nice one to lead off with. The one that comes second offers a little more extension up front, and I like that better about her than the young man's class winner. She is taller shouldered, she's a little bit longer necked, same kind of feet and legs. She's square at her knees, she's square from her hip to her hock. From the side view, you need to change that one just a little bit and how she hooks into her hip. And, man, that thing has got a big top in her. She really does. And her edges are up in her good, but I'd like to see her just a little smoother in her transition. And then to be picky on that one, I think we could make her just a little bigger from her hip back. But that's an awfully good sheep there to be second. Just a good, complete, functional kind of sheep comes there in third. And she's more the frame size of that one that wins the class. Just a little lower, perhaps, at the point of her shoulder than ideal, but still shallow enough, still balance is good from her forerib to her flank. Change her, trick her out just a little bit up front, maybe put just a shot more shape of muscle in her to move her up, but that's a good one to stand third. And then an awfully nice complete one comes there in four, just good basic sheep. It certainly balances up and looks the part from the side. She wants to come in a little bit in her chest. She's not quite as wide and square at her knee as those ahead. And then the biggest muscle one comes there in five. That one's big hip, she's big loined. I thought when we got them in motion, and plus when we get them out here on the profile view, one that just doesn't balance up quite as neatly as those that come ahead of her. Good class, please give them a hand.
Placing on the March ewe lamb class for the Dorper show. First place to entry 114, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee, with BBB Banks Family Farm, 1396. Second to 110, Brody Roeder, Fredericksburg, Texas, with Icon BG 135. Third place, Third place to 109, Brody Roeder, Fredericksburg, Texas. Fourth place to 115, Morgan Black, Darlington, Wisconsin. And fifth to 111, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. For our Dorper show, our junior champion was the first place January ewe lamb, entry 97, Jess Vaught, Auburntown, Tennessee, with Red Barn Farm 0501. The reserve junior champion was our class winner of the March class, entry 114, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee, with BBB Binks Family Farm 1396. Placing on the Dorper pair of ewe lambs, first place to entry 123, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. Second to 119, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. Third, 121, Brody Roeder, Fredericksburg, Texas. 4, 122, Peyton Nix, Carmen, Oklahoma. And 5 to 117, Josiah, Samantha, and Enoch Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky. Placing on our early class of Southdown February ewe lambs. First place to 326, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois, with Ellerbrock's Purple 5. Second to 361, Drew George of Niles, Michigan, George Brothers, 25-35. Third place to entry 352, Wyatt Lang, Binger, Oklahoma. 4 to 355, Allie Leininger, Akron, Indiana. And fifth place to 372, Brindley Kreitz of Kmart, Maryland. Placing on the Suffolk late Slickshorn Senior ewe lamb class, first place to entry 106, Paisley Campbell, Berlin, Maryland, with slack 5176. Second place to entry 105, Kaylee McCoy, Albion, Indiana, with Farrell Lint, Showstock 2506. For our Dorper show, our champion ewe goes to our senior champion ewe, and that is out of the Yearling ewe class. Entry number 38, Briar Day, Marshfield, Missouri, with Ryan Dorper's E3623. The reserve champion was our junior champion. Out of the January class of ewe lambs, entry 97, Jess Fought, Auburntown, Tennessee, with Red Barn Farm 050. Next class is White Dorper Fall Ram Lambs. White Dorper Fall Ram Lambs. For the Suffolk show, our Slickshorn senior champion ewe went to the early Slickshorn senior ewe lamb, entry 100, Brody Boyd, Latonia, Ohio, with McCully 6753. The reserve senior champion for the Slickshorn division came out of our early Slickshorn yearling ewe class, entry 67, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois, with Howe Farms 2435.
Well, another awesome class of Southdown ewe lambs to sort through. And again, depth of quality was tremendous in this particular drive. You've heard me say it in about every class. There's a lot of variation in types and what these things are more suited for going ahead. But I think just lots of quality within each of our placings. This one that leads the class off, that one immediately when she came in the ring, I knew that one would be hard to get around. And for me, extremely good sheep. That one looks the part from the side. She's got a little more size and a little more elevation without taking it too far, because she's got the width and the power to back it up. That thing's big chested. She's got a good turn to her rib. She's as big down her top as any of them we've seen today. Gets out and handles herself extremely well. That's an awfully good place to start. This one, it comes in second. Another one that struck me pretty hard when she came in for just how smooth and how good balance she is. That's a high quality sheep that's got a lot of value in her. She's wide base, she's flexible, she's sound. Comparatively to her class winner, I'd like to make her just a notch more extended up front, but probably more importantly, make her tie just a little better from her loin into her hip. Picky things said about a very high quality one. This one comes in third, is awfully good sheep. She's a little darker pointed perhaps in our top two, and certainly more market lamb oriented. I mean, we're judging these things as market sheep. She's going to be a spot ahead of where she lands right now. But that thing's good. She's got a productive kind of turn to her body shape. Feet and legs are flexible and on point. Whenever we get her propped up, I love her front 1/3 for how shallow she is, how tall fronted she is. I need to change her a little bit in her top line from the side. She's kind of like that when it came there in second. Loin edges are up there and big enough, but they don't transition into her hip quite as smoothly as that one. It leads us off. A good basic kind of sheep comes there next, and that one's hard to poke holes in. She's good. She's high quality. Is she as fancy to look at as our top end? I would say no, and she's just a little softer in the way she touches. Yeah, she's got more condition on her, but just doesn't have the shape and the expression of some of those ahead. Change her in a spot or two, and she's certainly one you could move up. And then a nice sheep young lady's done a great job presenting, comes there in 5. Again, one of those that's probably a little more market lamb oriented in just the way she's put together and handles. I love that one's muscle shape. I love her leanness. I love her progression down her top. It's from the side view. I'd change that one and just soften her up, deepen her up back there in her flank just a notch to move her up. Good class.
Placing on the Dorper flock class, first place to 130, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. Second to 132, Avery Mills, Ashley, Michigan. And third to entry number 133, Peyton Nix, Carmen, Oklahoma. Class number 2 of the February ewe lambs for the Southdowns, first to 339, Brinley Kreitz, Kmar, Maryland, with Oldenburg 25024. Second place to entry number 321, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois, with Ryan 2553. Third place to 326, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. Fourth place to entry 344, Melanie Wilson, Hagerstown, Indiana. And fifth place to 340, Morgan Hernandez, Buda, Texas. For the Suffolks in our early class of fitted yearling ewes, first place to entry 83, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. That was also our fitted senior champion. Our fitted reserve senior champion goes to our class winner of the fitted late yearling U class, entry 77, Brixton Sullivan, Washington, Illinois, with Royer Farm 531. Placing on the Suffolk Slickshorn January U Lamb class, first place to 131, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio, with Slack 51.54. Second to 129, Jordan Brinkman, Foley, Missouri, with Ellsbury FFA 242.520. Third place to 132, Gunner Shank, Winnebago, Illinois. 4 to 122, Kennedy Sell, Jacksboro, Texas. And 5 to 121, Ian Grubbs, McCordsville, Indiana. Placing on the White Dorper Fall Ram Lamb class, first to 143, Kaylin Seagraves, Siloam Springs, Arkansas, with Coyote Creek Farms 24109. Second to 141, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri, with Zementro Ranch 1487. Third place to 136, Taylor Jane Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. 4 to 139, William Deering, Frazeysburg, Ohio. And 5 to 137, Hunter Stanville, Siloam Springs, Arkansas.
We come to a really complete sheep here at 5 when you appear to again. This is an effective big sheep for your tables if you and your own line.
Well, another nice class of ewe lambs here on Southdown side, and again, lots of value out here in our top 5 placings. Some minor differences between them, but I think all of them extremely good sheep. This one that leads off, man, that one gets my attention when we get her out here and prop her up. But more importantly, when we put those things in motion, I think she's just the one that keeps herself in check, keeps herself together. Top line stays extremely good. Her neck comes out high. Her chest floor is up in her. But that thing's wide from the ground up. She's got a big chest floor. She's good in her center body. Most impressive about her, I guess, to me, just from a width standpoint, when we step in and study her from the three-quarter view, big hips, big pin. She carries her muscle down low. I just thought a very valuable one there to lead off with. This one that comes in second, that one got my attention pretty quickly in the gate as well. That's a good-looking one, especially when we get her in motion. And I'm not one to criticize age differences or size differences. This one does give up quite a bit of size to our class winner, but still a high-quality sheep that just balances up so well. She gets out, she flexes and goes off either end extremely good. I think we could deepen that one in her flank just a notch to make her rival our class winner just a notch harder. But again, hard to make kind of sheep there that's very valuable. In my opinion. The one that comes next, another really good one, and I thought she kind of patterned up with our second place sheep pretty good. Pretty tidy about her chest and shoulder, pretty good in terms of extension and look up front. She doesn't blend together down her top line as good as our top pair. Change that one in her edges, make her transition into her big hip just a little smoother. Certainly one you could get excited about and maybe move up a spot. And then a really dense muscle one comes next. Young man's done a great job presenting that one. That one's really big down its top. Now, it does play out from its hooks to its pins, and that's where I change that one the most, is just put a shot more width and power in her from behind. Man, she's big and opened up down her top. She gives you a good look from the side. Maybe change her just a little bit in her depth up front, but still a good, valuable sheep there to be in our top 5. And then another really heavy muscle one comes next. That one's as big racked as anything we've seen in the class. I like that about her. Profile view, we need to balance that one differently. She's deeper up front than she is in the back. Just make her a little shallower up there through her forerib, deepen her up in her flank. And then another one we could transition just a little better into her hip. Man, that's a big muscle sheep that's going to be just a little bit rougher when we get our hands on her. Nice class.
Placing on the White Dorper Winter Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 144, Jess Fought. Auburntown, Tennessee, with S-Bar T Livestock Y 2353. Second to 146, Logan Deering, Fraserburg, Ohio, with Deering Farms OHWD 40 2521. Third place to 145, Amelia Ream, Hillsboro, Ohio, and 4 to Sawyer Williams, Bells, Tennessee. Placing on the third class of February ewe lambs for the Southdowns. First place to entry number 294, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana, with Ellerbrock 21388. Second to 312, Eleanor Carson, Oldenburg 25037. Eleanor's from Arcadia, Indiana. Third to 308, Brian Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Fourth place to entry number 295, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. And 5 to 302, Tegan Down, Herscher, Illinois. Placing on the early class, the late class of Slickshorn January ewe lambs. First place to entry number 117, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois, with Harris 25029. Second to 115, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana, with Slack 5162. Third to 116, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. Fourth place to 113, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. And 5 to 114, Katie Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana. Placing on the early fitted January ewe lamb class for the Suffolk show. First place to 136, Sawyer Buells, Bremen, Indiana, with Buell suffix 21. Second place to 134, Olivia Peterson, Wilmar, Minnesota, with DC Peterson and family 9. Placing on the White Dorper Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to 153, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 6988H. Second place to 152, also Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 6985H. Third place to 154, Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas. Fourth to 155, Emmett Bragg, Martin, Tennessee. Fifth place to 151, Rylan Nix, Carmen, Oklahoma. Placing on the White Dorper Pair Ram Lamb class, first place to 158, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second to 157, Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas. Third to entry number 159, Amelia Ream, Hillsboro, Ohio. Placing on the Suffolk Slickshorn early February ewe lamb class, first place to 153. Fitz Thompson, Frankfort, Indiana, with Thompson show stock 1283. Second place to entry 148. Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois, with Harris 25064. Third to 157, Mackenzie Hornbostel, Hoyleton, Illinois. Fourth to entry 152, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. And 5 to 150, Emily Long, Frankfort, Indiana.
All right, another really exciting class of these ewe lambs over here to sort through, and you've heard me say it time and time again, loads of quality throughout that class. We had to dismiss some sheep that were awfully good, and I think our top five really exemplify a lot of the things we need to be looking for. This one that leads off, I mean, that one's just hard to get around. That sheep has a lot of show ring presence when we just back off and look at her, but you really study her in comparison to these others. She's wider at the ground, she's bigger chested, she's got a big round rib cage in her, yet she's still feminine enough through her front 1/3. She's got the right kind of extension. And then when we talk about muscle shape, I think it's between her and the sheep in second. I think this one just transitions her muscle, carries her thickness just a little better from front to rear than the good sheep there in second. The one in second, awfully good heighted kind of a lamb. It's got a good feel whenever you get your hands on her. She's one of those that's right in terms of condition. Muscle shape is big in her rack. She's big in her hip. Need to change her a little bit in her loin edges, and you can see that from the side view. She wants to break just a little bit there. She's good fronted. I don't think she's quite as shallow. I don't think she's quite as nifty to look at up front as our class winner, but an awfully good one to be second. Ewe lamb that comes there in third, young lady does a great job of getting that one presented. She's tall-shouldered. She balances extremely well from front to rear. Just gives up a little bit of width, a little bit of power from the ground up. You know, change that one, make her just a little broader. Certainly you could justify moving her up because she is so pretty, so good looking from the side view, just not quite powerful enough to suit me today. Another big pretty one comes there in four. She's the bigger framed sheep of the entire class. She's tall-shouldered, she's long-necked, balance is really good, and I like the fact that you guys are making them shear that belly wool off these things. That one is very progressive in her depth from her forerib to her flank, and I like that about her. Like the one that comes ahead of her there, she's just a little flatter, just a little plainer in her shape. Whenever you step right in behind her, like to pull that one apart in her pins just a notch to maybe move her up. And then young man there at the end of the line is doing an awesome job of getting that one shown, and he knows what she needs and where she needs to be changed, and he works on that. But from her hip forward, I think that's a tremendous animal. Extremely good looking up front. She's bold yet still feminine in her look up front. She's got plenty of muscle in her loin and up through her rack. It's from her hip back we need to change that one. She's just the narrowest, plainest from her hip back to her tail head and from her tail head down of our top five. Good class throughout.
For our White Dorper show, our champion ram came out of the Spring Ram Lamb class. Entry number 153, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 6988. Our reserve champion came from the Winter Ram Lamb class, entry 144, Jess Vaught, Auburntown, Tennessee, with S-bar TY 2353. Placing on the early class of March ewe lambs for the Southdown show. First place goes to entry 431, Samantha Williams, Mabel, Minnesota, with RDSS 2562. Second place to entry number 425, Ashlyn Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with AJ Maddox 2545. Third place to entry 435, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana, 4 to 433, Addison True, Okochee, Tennessee, and 5th to 430, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. For the Suffolk late slickshorn February ewe lamb class, placings are 138 first to 138, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois, with Howe Farms 2599. Second place to entry 146, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana, with Slack 5243. Third place to entry 137, Claire Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana, Ford 140, Jason Shooter, Kirksville, Missouri, and 5 to 141, Justin Shooter, Kirksville, Missouri.
Well, another good class to sort through, and again, lots and lots of quality out here. As you can tell by our top five, there's a lot of difference just in size and type and kind, and probably what they're a little more suited for later in life. But I think all in all, a good quality set to sort through. This one that leads off, I think that's just a good, complete, functional kind of sheep. Young man does a great job of getting her shown, but she's one that gets around the ring well. She handles herself good in terms of her chest, her shoulder, her neck. She keeps her top line right. That thing's as wide-based as any of them. She's as big-footed and stout, yet still feminine enough. Really good muscle shape from front to rear. Rarely do you say a Southdown's green in their condition, but she's a little greener than some, and I don't think that allows her to transition quite as good from her loin into her hip, perhaps, as some of them do. But she's got big edges. She's got a big hip. I think everything fits together really nicely. The one that comes there in second pushes her pretty hard from her hip forward. I like that one a lot. From her forerib to her flank, she balances up so well. She's got a big chest floor in her. She's got a big body, but still ladylike about her chest, shoulder, and neck. It's from her hip back. I think we need to change that one. She wants to roll to her tail head just a notch, and then she wants to taper in as you study her from her hooks to her pins. Young man does a great job of showing that one in third. That's a big, pretty sheep. That's about as big a frame as any of them we had in the class, in my estimation. Gives you a good balanced look from the side. When we compare to these two ahead, I just like to base that one wider. Like to put a shot more shape down that one's back to maybe move her up. And then a little, certainly a market lamb-oriented kind of sheep comes there next. Gives up quite a bit of size, and I don't know the age difference in this particular class. I think that one's big enough for a March-born sheep. She balances up good. She's one that we'd like to change just a little bit there at her hip-loin juncture. And then when you get that one out in motion, I don't think she stays quite as elevated, quite as nifty about her front one-third as those ahead of her. Another nice sheep rounds out our top five, big-chested, big forearm, big-footed kind of a sheep. She's just a little rougher in her transitions down her top. She's big rack, she's got a big hip. We just need to smooth her up in between and then make that one flare a little better from her hook back to her pin set.
Placing on Class 2 March Ewe lambs for the Southdowns. First place to 413, Ephraim Fowler, Salesville, Ohio, with Fowler 25-29. Second to 417, Eleanor Carson, Arcadia, Indiana, with Carson 25-042. Third place to entry 396, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin, 4-375, Taylor Stewart, Lutz, Florida, and fifth place to 408, Emily Mills, Ashley, Michigan. Placing on the fitted February ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 159, Cassandra Knudsen, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, with Knudsen 2533 Rose. Second place to entry 160, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan, with Van Grow Livestock BGRL 2503. Third place to 164, Brixton Sullivan, Washington, Illinois. Ford 133, Brady Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana. And 5 to 158, Savannah Bailey of Casco, Wisconsin. Placing on the White Dorper Yearling U class. First place goes to entry number 172, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri, with Uptown 1025. Second to 164, Keelan Seagraves, Salam Springs, Arkansas, with Coyote Creek Farms 2420. Third place to 176, Keelan Seagraves, Salone Springs, Arkansas. 4 to 163, Rylan Nix, Carmen, Oklahoma. And fifth place to 165, Victoria Kovacs, Fulton, Ohio. Placing on the Suffolk, Slickshorn, March, and later Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to 175, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania, with Maple Leaf 2526. Second place to 173, Clint Verhage, Plymouth, Indiana, with PL Gage 3430. Third to entry number 170, Logan Minter, Brooke, Indiana. Fourth place,
Another really good class and awfully fun to sort through here. I think loads and loads of quality, and again, different types, different kinds. Always depends on where you place your priorities, how things get lined up, and how they shake out. But I thought up here near the top end of the class, I thought a lot of quality. This one, it leads off, not perfect, but man, that thing's got a lot of unique and a lot of hard to make pieces. Extremely tall chested, got her chest, or tall shouldered, has her chest up in her extremely well. That one's straight, correct, in her lines down her top. And when you really just study these things from the rear view and separate them on muscle, she's the one that comes with the biggest, squarest top from front to rear. She's big in her pin set. I'd like to change her just a little bit, maybe there in her flank, but that's being critical of one that brings a lot of good parts and pieces to the table. The one that comes in second I thought was most similar to her. She gives up a little size, but she's got that same kind of shallowness up front. She's probably got just a little more body and flank in her than her class winner. She's not as pulled apart through her chest. She's not as big down her top, but certainly proportional and adequate in the way that one's put together as well. A young man here in three, he's got the outlier, and I'm sure he knows that. That's a wide-made one. I mean, you study that one from the front view. She is big-chested. She's got a big forearm in her. I'd like to proportion her just a little bit differently. For her length of body, I think we need to make that one a little taller shouldered, and when you step back and study those top three from the side view, you need to smooth that one up just a little bit in her lines from the side. Handles with the best of them. That thing's thick. She's shapely. She's good skinned. Lots of good pieces in her as well. A really pretty one comes there next, and she's got the advantage over our fifth place sheep and just being more attractive from the side. She's shallower. She's deeper where she needs to be. That one just needs to have more power from the ground up. She's a little bit more refined about her bone. She's not as big-chested. She's not as big through her center body as those sheep that come out ahead of her. And then a big, powerful sheep comes here next. That one is big bone. She is big top. Need to balance that one better from the side. She's deeper up through her chest and through her shoulder than she is in her flank. Just a little bit thicker and bolder about her neck and chest than the top end of the class.
Placing on the Slickshorn March and later born ewe lambs for the Suffolks. First place goes to entry 175, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania, with Maple Leaf 25-26. Second place to 173, Clint Verhage, Plymouth, Indiana, with PL Gage 3430. Third place to entry 170, Logan Minter, Brook, Indiana. 4 to 169, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And 5 to 168, Ella Buells, Bremen, Indiana. Placing on the class of fitted March and later ewe lambs for the Suffolks. First place to entry 181, Savannah Bailey, Costco, Wisconsin, with Bailey's Pasture 2523. Second place to 179, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois, with 5-star J 25101. Third to 180, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Fourth place to 178, Ella Buells, Bremen, Indiana. And 5 to 177, Cooper O'Keefe, Marlboro, Tennessee. Marlboro, Connecticut. Placing on the March and later ewe lambs, this is class 3 for the Southdowns. First to 394, Shaylee Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with AJ Maddox 2550. Second place to entry 380, Aubrey Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin, with Longenecker 2511. Third place to 400, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois, 4 to 391, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. And 5 to 389, Brindley Kreitz, Kmart, Maryland. You have a Dorper one too? Placing on the White Dorper Junior Yearling U class, first place to 184, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana, with Welty Dorpers 0061. Second place to entry 177, Lawson Bragg, Martin, Tennessee, with Barnes Livestock 748. Third to 186, Virginia Gordon, Gravel Switch, Kentucky. Fourth place to 182, Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee. And 5 to 45, Sawyer Williams, Bells, Tennessee. For the White Dorper Pair Yearling U class, placings are first place 192, Lawson Bragg, Martin, Tennessee. Second place to 191, Rylan Nix, Carmen, Oklahoma. Third place to 190, Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee. Fourth to 194, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina, and 5th to 55, Sawyer Williams, Bells, Tennessee. For the Suffolk show, our Slickshorn Junior Champion ewe was the first place animal out of the late Slickshorn January ewe lamb class. Entry 117, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois, with Harris 25029. The reserve junior champion for the Slickshorns was out of the late February class. Entry 138, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois, with Howe Farms 2599.
Well, an outstanding junior division, and I don't know how many ewe lambs we went through today, but I think every one of these classes was stacked, and it was a lot of fun to come out here and sort through them. I know that anytime you do this, you're not going to make everybody and maybe nobody around the ringside happy at the end of the day, but you got to do what you think is right. You got to pick sheep the way you like to try to raise them. And hopefully, even though there is some differences out here in this particular lineup, you can see some similarities, some things that kind of fit together from class to class, and at least show you, where I place my priorities. I think an awesome set of lambs on both sides of the lineup out here. I guess we're going to line up a top 5. So I'll go out and show you the order I like them in. If you guys around ringside would, please put your hands together. Congratulate all of our young people on an outstanding set.
for our fitted portion of the Suffolk Junior Show. Our fitted junior champion goes to entry 159 out of the February class, Cassandra Knudsen, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, with Knudsen 2533 rows. The reserve fitted junior champion goes to our second place animal in that same February class, Felicity in Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan, with Van Grow Livestock VGRL 2503. Following are the junior champion top 5 for the Southdowns. First, out of the February 2 class, Brinley Kreitz, Kmar, Maryland, with Oldenburg 25024. Second, out of the January 2 class, Gavin Foff, Newark, Wisconsin, Schrock 2542. Third, out of the March 3 class, Shaylee Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with Maddox 255U. Fourth, out of the February 1 class, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois, Ellerbrock Purple 5. And fifth, out of the March 1 class of ewe lambs, 431, Samantha Williams, Mabel, Minnesota, with RDSS 2562. Now here are the results for the Southdown Junior bred and owned placings. First to 394, Shaylee Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with Maddox 255U out of the third class of March ewe lambs. And reserve and reserve goes to 356 out of the February 1 class, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkins, Illinois, with Ellerbrock Purple 5. For our Suffolk show, our overall champion Suffolk was our junior champion. Out of the late Slickshorn January ewe lamb class, entry 117, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. Harris 25029. The reserve champion Slickshorn was our reserve junior champion, and that came from came on entry number 138 out of class late Slickshorn February ewe lambs. Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois, on Howe 2599. Placing on the class of White Dorper early fall ewe lambs, first to 199, Taylor Jane Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee, with TJB Binks Family Farm 1231. Second to 198, Sally Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana, with East Star Livestock 2522. Third place to 197, Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee. Fourth place to 204, Hunter Stanville, Salam Springs, Arkansas. And 5 to 201, Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee.
Well, it's been a real pleasure today to work through the show and work with the Southdown kids. I don't judge a whole lot of breeding stock shows, mostly kind of stay on the market lamb side of things, but I do raise sheep, and I like to think I know what it takes for a ewe to be productive and be the right kind to make some good lambs. And hopefully if you followed along with me, I think we've got 5 of them in each of our divisions out here that just exemplify a lot of good things that we need to be searching for. And I think all 10 of these sheep are good-looking kind of animals that are sound, they're flexible, balance up well from the side, they're ladylike in the way that they present themselves. But along with that, I think regardless of which side of the barn we're on, which side of the fence we're on, we've got to have sheep that have some muscularity about them, and that's something I tried to do all day was pick those that were good enough in their look and good enough in their build, but still had enough power to go along with that. And we get them back out here, like I say, I'm extremely happy with them. We get the 2 up here at the top of the line and compare them. I think both of them really have their advantages when you talk about picking a champion. There's one of them that for me is just a little more unique in her makeup, just a little harder to make regardless of what breed of sheep we're talking about. I'll go show you which one I prefer, and then we'll sort through our top 5. But one more time, if you guys would, please give all of our Southdown exhibitors a big round of applause. This deal's been awfully fun.
For our Suffolk show, our overall fitted champion ewe goes to our senior fitted champion. Out of the early fitted yearling ewe class, entry 83, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan, with Van Grow BGRL13. The reserve fitted champion is our fitted reserve senior champion from the fitted late yearling ewe class. Entry 77, Brixton Sullivan, Washington, Illinois, with Royer Farm 531. In the Suffolk ring, we're now showing state flocks in the Suffolk ring. White Dorper late fall ewe lamb class, our placings are first to 209, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri, with Uptown 1049. Second to 207, Amelia Ream, Hillsboro, Ohio, with Dorsets and Daylilies, 514S. Third to 205, Lawson Bragg, Martin, Tennessee, 4 to 78, Kipton Ott, Cherubusco, Indiana, and 5 to 206, Emmylou Reinhardt, Logansport, Indiana. For our overall grand champion ewe for the Southdown show, our champion came out of the senior division, our senior champion, 105, Kieran Black, Grand Ridge, Illinois, with Black 176. Reserve came from the junior championship, 339, Brinley Kreitz. Kamar, Maryland, Oldenburg, 25024. Third overall went to Gavin Pfaff, Norwalk, Wisconsin, with Schrock, 2542. Fourth overall, Shaylee Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with Maddox, 2550. And fifth overall came from the February ewe lamb class, entry 356, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois, Ellerbrock, purple 5. We're now ready for Southdown market lambs. For our Southdown bred and owned winner, our champion went to entry 394, Shaylee Maddox, with Maddox 2550. And our reserve to 356, Cole Ellerbrock, with Ellerbrock purple 5. For our White Dorper, our champion went to our senior Yearling U class winner, Mace Lambert of McLeod, Missouri, with Uptown 1025. The reserve was second in that senior Yearling class, Kaylin Seagraves, Salon Springs, Arkansas, with Coyote 2420. Placing on the Oxford Senior Lamb class, first place to Jaden Moneyheffer, entry number 1. Jaden's from Akron, Indiana, and that was on Leininger 5174. Open Dorper breeders, this is going to be your last opportunity to go check in. We have the following individuals that have not checked in: Callie Burwald, Hayden Tuttle, Whiteside Farms, Brady Cornelius, Taylor Graves. This is your last chance to go check in your registration papers. Taylor Graves, Brady Cornelius, Whiteside Farms, Hayden Tuttle, and Callie Burwald. Placing on the early junior Ram Lamb class for the Oxfords, first place goes to entry 2, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois with Rocky Hill 2503 Treaty. Second place to entry 3, Jordan Meyer, Watertown, Wisconsin with EBFO 735 Dynamite. And third place to entry 6, Autumn Smiley, Stark, Missouri.
Nice class of these Southdown market sheep to sort through, and I don't know, we had 12 or 13 head, and a lot of differences just in size and types and kinds of animals. So it makes it a little bit harder, and I'm going to be the first to admit these things don't really fit together from placing to placing like maybe you'd like for them to if they were in a class that was a little more the same size in terms of just weight. But I think a good set throughout. This one that leads off, certainly not the smartest one of the group, but man, once that young man gets that one stuck, he props up and he's very proportional in his look. He balances up good in his underline. Feet and leg soundness in that one's good. He has the advantage over our real pretty second place sheep and just being a little more pulled apart through his chest, bigger and more opened up in his rib cage, and then he's got just a shot more shape and width, especially when you study him from his hip back. That thing's really bulgy muscled from the side, but he's thick from stifle to stifle. He's deep twisted when you step in behind him. And then one, for me, I think is pretty appropriate in the amount of condition that he brings to the table. Now, the sheep that comes in second, I'm sure a lot of people, that's your favorite, because when we prop him up on the side view, I don't think there's much getting around that one. He's a little bigger outline for a typical Southdown kind of weather. But man, that thing balances up. He looks the part. He's tall-shouldered. Skin texture, condition on that thing's tremendous. He's got good shape of muscle. He's big hipped. He's big pinned. We get him out and get him in motion and compare him to that class winner. He needs to base himself a little wider. Just like to see him a little wider from the ground up, especially there through his chest, through his center body. But man, deadly to look at from the side view. The one that comes in third, he's starting to participate and drive a little better for the young lady after we get him over here and get him placed. But that's another sheep that really balances up well. 4 ribs good in that one. He drops down with some body and some flank. He's got some power. He's got some bone work underneath him. I thought he was just a little more conservative in his length of body, and when you measure one from their last rib back to their hip, and then from their hip back to their tail head, I think he just shortens up a little bit in comparison to her top 2. Some of the same things could be said about the good sheep there that comes in 4. He's built a lot like the little guy that comes here in third. One that measures pretty well from his last rib back. Feet and legs are out on the corners. That one's super shallow up front, and he's super deep in his body and flank. I'd like to change him a little bit in his top line. He wants to play out a little bit right there behind his shoulders as we work into his rack. He's not as big and up in his edges as that one that comes out right ahead of him. And then the big stout one comes there in 5. That's as big a bone, big a forearm, big a chested one as we had in the class. I like those things about him. Yet when we put him on the profile view, he's just a little coarser, just a little more rugged up through his chest, through his shoulder than those ahead. He's got plenty of muscle shape, plenty of width. He's a little softer touching as we compare him to our top 4. Good class of these market lambs.
Placing on the late junior Ram Lamb class for the Oxford Show, first place went to entry 7, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana, with Walpe, 0170. Second place to entry 9, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer, 2582. Third to entry 8, Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana. And 4 to entry 10, Suzanne Shields, Marion, Indiana. For the Oxford Show, our champion Ram goes to the first place late junior Ram Lamb, entry 7, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana, with Walpe, 0170. The reserve champion goes to the first place early junior Ram Lamb, entry number 2, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois, with Rocky Hill, 25.